Hello, YouTube. This is 5:40 a.m. launch day of Dawntrail. I played Endwalker at launch, but I didn't stream it. Retainers, what do you got for me? So we're gonna be streaming through this hopefully relatively quickly. In like 10 days, I leave the country, so hopefully I can get it done before then. 200,000 gills, a nice starting piece. Reset the retainers. Who do I go to for tombstone? I had one last piece. Warrior, beast gauge, it looks the same. I had one last thing I wanted to get done before the expansion dropped, and I didn't. So, I'm going to quickly grab a fully upgraded Warrior Manderville weapon. Like all of these other chads here. Check about saddlebag. Let's use Pegos. It's an ugly weapon. Adjust crit hit, direct hit, skill speed. Got a little fiery axe. Now my Lalafell looks fun. I was like, oh, I didn't benchmark my character before the expansion. What does my Lalafell look like? Fine. Evil, maybe, but fine. Okay. Head back to the Aetheryte. Do 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 do. I don't think it's in Ul'dah. I think I teleported to Ul'dah just to make it cheaper to go to Mordona. There's Viper pickup. No, thank you. There's Mordona. Yes, thank you. Shit. I need 5 more. Well, I know where to get 5 more. Nuts are still the cap currency for the hunt. So that hunt objective is gonna have something good. Usually as a fashion accessory. So that's snailing. What's the other one that I have? Oh, sheep over by Andon. Okay. Speaking of Andon. Margaret. It's gonna be Zoe. Oh, it's Margaret. It's Margaret and Monago. Okay. That's annoying, but not untenable. I really need to get the, you can make a macro that just solves all of those say quests, and I'm just too lazy to make it. Anyway, enough of that. Enough of that. The game picked a sheep because I was standing in a herd of sheep. I know what you did, game. You know what you did, game. I respect people who still use the A Realm Reborn extreme mounts. Okay, so Pixies gives you 1,000,000 experience, which at level 90 is 13 days to level up. If I drop down into Stormblood ranges, it's like 10 to 13 days to level up using Kojin and Anana on level. So people saying Pixies are only to be used until level 80 and they fall off at level 81 have no clue what the fuck they're talking about. Oh, I gambled and picked severely wrong. Okay, let's teleport to Yameld. Now, when you compare that number to the amount I'm about to get from the elephant tribes, it's peanuts. No pun intended. But a free million experience for doing 5 minutes of work is nothing to sneeze at. Also, I'm doing this in the wrong order. Because the purse... There we go. Expect to see a lot of that. Right before servers went down, I loaded up my retainers full of dye. A lot of people practicing on the striker dummies. We got a ninja. We got a viper. We got, is that an astro? Yeah. With Summoner, there is no need to practice on the striking dummy. This is the first expansion where we are not a new class. Though I will be playing through the expansion on Monk. And Monk is very much a new class. What did I lose? I lost Meditation. I lost Anatoman. I might be playing through on Summoner today. Yeah. When I said I did these in the wrong order, this is what I meant. You give that man his purse, and he sends you over to Yameld. I'm gonna teleport. It's less than 5. It's more than 5 seconds to fly there. Because you always, if not always, it feels like always, get the purse and get the flyers in the same batch. So, not doing them together doesn't make any sense. As for this person all the way out here, and by this person, I mean I gotta kill a plant. I will make back all of these teleportation fees. Yeah, each one of these is worth 600. And I'm over the 500 experience, the 500 tomes I needed to grab my warrior axe. I just gotta figure out what range DPS I want to level up. Why is my carbuncle? Oh, because I switched to monk. I'm like, where the heck is my carbuncle? I accidentally dismounted and remounted, and my punishment is Whisper a Go-Go. I really hate the yokai watch mounts. They look so garish. These are worth 1,000,000 experience on their own. So, yeah, when compared to the pixies are worthless, but it's essentially getting a elephant tribe every day. Which is nothing to sneeze at. I'm gonna pick these up. I'll pick up the pixies. I won't do them at this moment in time. But we are grabbing a bunch of experience for Summoner, just to have it in the pocket. New expansion means new role quests. Okay. The 3 beast chakras allow the execution of Flint Strike. You can overcap on chakra. Okay. Okay. Boot Shine is there. True Strike is there. Snap Punch is there. Meditation is now Steeled Meditation. Twin Snakes is there. 6 a.m. My alarm's going off. Arm of the Destroyer is... I think there. Demolish is there. Mantra's there. Dragon Kick is there. Rockbreaker is there. Thunderclap is there. Inspired Meditation. Gotta look at my trades. Upgrades Inspired Meditation to Enlightened Meditation, Howling Fist to Enlightenment. So... okay, those are 2 different things. Perfect Balance. 4-point. Yep. Form Shift is... Yep. Oh, cool. All the riddles get replies. Okay. I didn't read the, So Enlightenment is the one I'm used to. Okay, those just happen to line up in the correct spot. So this should actually be right there. That's an upgrade, that's an upgrade, that's an upgrade. Those are links. Oh, we just lost a button on Monk. Okay. Who wants to go there? Form Shift. Lets you just punch somebody. Perfect Balance is already down. That's already down. Masterful Blitz is already down. Do you want to pull down Form Shift? Mantra or Brotherhood? Probably Brotherhood. Just get my party-wide buff and easy access. Do. Put back on Pegos. Okay, we got a few quick things to do before we can start on the expansion. Yeah, sure. Again. They said they buffed Tenacity because they wanted Tenacity to be a real stat. So we're gonna do crit hit, skill speed, and Tenacity. Oh my god, it's so ugly, but it's like... That was our hint to Solution 9. Okay. Inventory. Manderville Battle Axe. Character. Save. Summoner. Equip. Teleport. Ilmeg. Talk to the flying rats. Hide the flying rats quests. Okay, so the last thing I want to do before we start diving into a new world to explore is the most important thing in any MMO ever. Fashion. I suspect there's a quest here. Anyway, I care not about that. Spectacles. I'm conducting a recall of spectacles formerly classified as headgear. Boop, 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 boop. Purchase Garo, cert exchange. Oh, they changed certs. Oh. I guess if you don't have any, it tells you to go away. Oh, okay, you can turn these. Okay. Never actually, like, fully explored this man's inventory. So, character, if you click down here, you have your glasses slot. Oh, that's your free Fantasia. I guess I should go show that off. Sapphire Exchange. I'm not going to pick up this quest because using a Fantasia logs you out, and that's a terrible idea on expansion day. Do I think I'm going to be selling a lot of house accessories today? No. Those all sell for below face value. What I do think I'll be selling a lot of is dye. 9,500. Dye is gonna be your, like, evergreen source of currency. Even something as silly as doing a Realm Reborn tribe quests gets you a pretty substantial income of just buying their dye and reselling it. Free Fantasia, because character update, some people may not be happy with their characters. But, you know, Lalafell looks fine. Lalafell looks like they're Lalafelling. Do. Term filter. Registered term. FC. Done. Wow. FC is too short. Anyway. Popa. To. Artist. That's not how you spell that. I have an actual list written down on my phone. Okay. P-O-P-O-T-O. Artist. Twitch. Discord. Club. I need to wait for a gill spammer to come by so I can grab one of their terms. But Character settings. Someone just pulled out a really good statement in chat. You can see it between filter 2 and filter 3. Hide characters when near NPC. Where is patch notes complete? Patch notes complete. Does it say what the minimum number of characters is for the mute list? No, it doesn't. Control F, hide. Players can now temporarily hide the nearby go to character configuration, control settings, general, quest progression. Okay. Thank you, random person yelling in shout chat. $135,000 gil for doing nothing except for Island Sanctuary. I don't know why brass is selling so well. Do I have any of my edit glamour plates? Oh, okay. So if it has 2 squares, it has 2 die channels. Okay. Why does that get 2 die channels? Nothing on the Makai outfit yet. That's the one I need to have 2 die channels. So I can turn this into Semi. It's my Pictomancer glam. Ignore the fact that that's a black mage weapon. It's my Pictomancer glam. Samurai, and then these don't exist. Okay. So they're still working through it all. I don't have most of my stuff actually doesn't have it. Eyewear. Fashion. Facewear. Okay. Okay, we are ready to explore a whole new world. Let's see how well this hide near quest NPCs works. Oh, great. It works great. Welcome back. I've just had word from Erenval. It seems he's managed to secure passage to Tyrol aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. Don't know how I feel about that. Don't know how I feel about that quest noise. Really? This isn't voice acted? All this camera and it's just a... Okay. Oika gave us the good news. We are ready to set sail at moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Erenval himself. Erenval and Waklamat. Ah, you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guild ship has granted us place aboard a vessel bound for Tyrol. There'll be other passengers, researchers, artisans, 7 other adventurers, and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Erenval. I doubt anyone would expect that we sail a ship all by ourselves. That's not what she said. They're not casting off just yet, so if any lingering concerns, now is the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tyrol, yes? No. We've not forgotten. I have. Please remind Lalafell. The nation of Toyoli is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. Thank you, Alphato. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn Servant. In addition to that, Alphino and I have another objective. And part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tyrol, we hope to learn more about how its myriad of cultures interact with each other, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Isilbard. But we'll pursue this goal on our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due whatever. I thought I was done reading. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. There's a short here. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Kryl? As far as we've determined from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives and nothing to explain the earring that accompanied the letter. Thus, for reasons both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm like trying to figure out the best spot for my microphone because it's partially blocking the text box, but I feel like I'm also too far away from it. Goodbye, Lalafell. I'm sure there'll be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. Erenval does not believe in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I'm part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as guide. Still playing the part of stoic servant, I see. What of you, Lalafell in the back, who has said nothing because they cannot speak? Don't dare tell me you've changed your mind. I go wherever adventure is to be found. That's what they tell me. That is correct. I follow the quest objectives. No more, no less. Right then, if all are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. Boo, 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 doo, doo, doo. Ooh, I sold more money. Sold more money. Sold more gil. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well. Can a Lalafell get a voiced cutscene? I would like to drink my juice. Please, my kingdom for a voiced cutscene. That man is not swabbing the deck. Go back to that man pretending to swab the deck.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Oh yeah, this is new. You can set it to only auto-advanced spoken. Gotta hit X once, I hope it doesn't fuck me. Nope, never mind.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
That voice does
It's
not
time.
match that man.
I trust you have everything you need?
That was the voice they'd give to a Rogadin. That was not a Rogadin up there. That's a Rogadin down by the boxes.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Cattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Graha, why are you staying behind? You wanted to adventure with us. We're going on an adventure.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat.
Lalafell.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good. But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can then.
Second Lalafell. Actually, third Lalafell. There was another Lalafell in the background of the previous cutscene.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know. Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
Lalafell wears fox mask. Lalafell no speak.
Did you look out across these same waters, grandfather?
Speak with Arenville. Complete. Will this be my first visit to Tural? French is the name. I'm working at Estemez Aesthetics in Ul'dah, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlian in hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized the chance to board this vessel when I overheard a room for another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and Tuliola seems perfect for a place to begin anew. Hopefully things will be better this time. Well, I will see you again at some point, and I assume it will not be going well for you. I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Keatonram, the first Eorzean to set foot on Tural almost 80 years ago. The Mamaljal's leader is said to have welcomed Kitaram with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back: popatos, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tales of Kitaram returned to Tauriel. The tales say Kitaram returned to Tural several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage and he was never heard from again. That a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is a testimony to the ocean's peril. A Mamuljal. I see you in Eorzea before, you great and famous hero. Have we fought? Did you try to take over Wandering Palace? I've had enough of playing Simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but with more of you Eorzeans coming to Tural, it's become impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. Yeah, so the warband came to capture the city of Nim for someone's bid at the Dawn Throne. No, it's dungeon. I was in the wrong tab entirely. Nope. It should be Wanderer's Palace hard then. Yet all thoughts of peace have been put to the blade as a band of Mamuljal mercenaries known as the Silver Scales have stormed the walls and seized the palace. Someone must stop the sellswords from taking the Wanderer's Palace into an unassailable fortress. Yeah. The story of Wanderer's Palace hard is some Mamuljal trying to take over Wanderer's Palace to seize the Dawn Throne. Build a stronghold in Eorzea as their right to the throne. An adventurer, I presume. I'm a merchant myself based in Ul'dah, specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Trolli both. If this is your first crossing the salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this. It is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to instead by the names of certain clans, for the Makito, the Hetsaro, the Hrothgar, the Shibral? I don't know if that X is supposed to be a C noise. Hopefully they say it. Not because every member of a given clan is the same race, mind you, but because many individuals of said race are associated with that clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. It's the man with the voice of a Rogadin and the body of a Hume. I'm not gonna do my pirate voice, I thought about it. Did you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who'll sat next to the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession, your young Waklamat being one of them. But from what a Mamuljal bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the 3rd promise. Tend to get some good side dialogue from talking to the crew members, but if I wasn't on a time crunch, I'd do it. Oh, I haven't heard about the clan names. We should have Waklamat and Arenval teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Can this be voiced as well? There's people shouting wherever we are. So we're gonna get dumped into a social space. Alice says taken to the bottle again. Lalafell has a chair because they're short.
Storm, it seems.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
The Shetona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name.
Just common with the rabbits.
As for my mother...
We're in the teeth of it now, lads! Reef that sail before the mast snaps!
Oh dear.
Only elves that watch! This wind's too strong to take in yourself! I'm pulling off the mast! We need help! Get in below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
Come, we should lend what aid we can.
Lala fell down. Lala fell down.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since.
I have my hand on the snooze ad button.
Waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning. What an extraordinary life he must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Boklama, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress. By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Cue Stormblood theme. It's the man who's not swabbing the deck. He's doing it behind the bar so you can't tell. I forgot my shoes were heels. Lalafell was napping, but can't tell because Mask has glowing eyes. It's the perfect disguise. Lalafell learned it from the fish. Bird. Land ho. Bird. Oh. It's a blue-footed booby. We made it all the way back to Charlian.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground. Ugh. Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. get too close and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway. If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Oh. Easy, stomach. Easy.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
Don't zoom in on Lalafell. Lalafell has a dead mask.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Can't tell. Lalafell wearing mask. That has not received
There, look,
the
my
updates.
friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Gods, I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tuliholal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out or...
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tuli Yolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tuli Yolal.
Okay, so the Y is Hyola. The Y is a J. It's Spanish. Okay. I don't know why I didn't think the Y was a J. Okay, so I've turned pre-roll ads back on with the amount of snoozes I had to do there, about 15 minutes worth of snoozes. So I'm gonna set my context to battle. I'm gonna stand next to Ehrenval here. We're gonna run some, run our ads to get pre-rolls back off. And I'm gonna go grab some more drink. YouTube is back. Speak with Ehrenval. Well, despite the storm's efforts, to the contrary, we are here safe and sound. Complete. Oh man, just everyone's gone. That's a fantastic setting. You arrived in Toilia. Tulioli. Tuliola? Tuliola. She literally just said it and I haven't committed it to memory yet. Tuliola. You may return to the city at any time by speaking to the sailor, or there's an Aetheryte right there. That is what we want. Being on solid ground is, I don't read those. Right then, first things first. Aetheryte. Still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. What about a bridge? How do you feel about a long swaying bridge? Possibly with Gilgamesh on it. I realize we've just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here, I'd very much like to explore. Waklimat, still dying in the corner. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? curious passerby. Aha! We were wondering who these strange folks were, so the third promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers. Dickbag. Walk Lamat, are you unwell? No, she's totally fine. No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick, just sick at sea. No, sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the right of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to command a respectful distance. But you're just so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. Reading comprehension skills are really off point today. They did have a point. Wacklamat is technically royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station, surrounded by this many outsiders, is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups so as to attract less attention. Just technically ignoring me then. Yep. Adam, you and Kryle come with me. The twins go with Ehrenval. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us, so take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. I'm gonna go to every Aetheryte and touch all of them. Poke. Perhaps we should wait a bit. At least until Wacklamat's nausea subsides. Nausea, not seasickness. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. There we go. Okay, we're still in event. Good. I was afraid it would kick me out. Tulioli isn't going anywhere. Give Wacklamat a little time. Or don't. Oh, hey, there's a Lalafell over there. Nope, not a Lalafell. I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself. What with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Ehrenval already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay, mostly small fishing boats or barges ferrying cargo up and down the rivers from inland settlements. Much of the incoming traffic is from Dawntrail, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. They're gonna need to say the full name. Taral I know. Why okay, I'm not sure the pronunciation on it until they say it. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off to merchant stalls in the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Thank you for tutorializing characters following me, again, every time it happens. Keep up, nerds! I like watching people get Thanos snapped out of existence as they run through the circles. This is Bayside Bevy, Tulioli's largest market. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Should mention here in Tulioli, we buy things with Pell, a currency the Pelu. I'm gonna call them the Pelu until it is said. Don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so shops are happy to accept your gil. Convenient. There's also what you makey. Another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time because it's used for the crafter turn-in. It's the crystalline mean and the school, but not the scholastic quest line because that's bad and still open. Never did it. Next, we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. Map. Are there any... So the map shows if there's any, like, side points. Market board, delivery Moogle, hunt board, hunt vendor. Hunt vendor! I like to have hunt marks on my person as I go through the expansion. Lalafell Touch Crystal. I might naturally go to all of these by following Waklamat, but I'm just gonna not. Oh, that person's in the Gleaner outfit. Oh, they have the Gleaner backpack on. So I want to teleport back. Let's just go ahead and grab all these real quick. If I'm going around the city, I should just go around the city correctly. Ninja Gauge. Grid, ignore that. We're not gonna play Ninja for right now. But Ninja Teleport is the correct way to move around the city. Always has been. There's the What You Makey. Thank you for the gil. As a reminder, if you have Island Sanctuary and you have no clue what to do with your currencies, just go buy dye. Literally, just go buy dye. I think 100k on the Island Sanctuary is enough to grab 10 of every dye. Just do that, sell them in stacks of 2, and you will easily clear 1,000,000 gil. Or you can be like me and mistakenly hit 10 of the ruby red dye. Sorry, 50 of the ruby red dye instead of 10 of the ruby red dye and 10 of all the other colors, along with 10 of all the green variety. Idiot. Big, dumb, stupid moron. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're so far away. Okay. Well, the next objective is the main Aetheryte Plaza, so we'll go there. Technically, you should do 2 ninja teleports into 3 dancer yeets into, if you're feeling very spicy, Dragoon back eat into Sprint, into Expedience for Scholar, and then everything should be off cooldown. What do you think of that? It's an Aetheryte. Goodness me, you have Aetherites in Tulioli? Kryl, have you not been paying attention? This is the 4th fucking Aetherite we've seen. I think I told you before, but my brother, Kona, spent 3 years studying in Charlian. He fell in love with the nation and its ways and brought back to us the knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once and had one built immediately. Did you do the tuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again and then up the slope to the side, right at the top of the gate, which leads to... I really need you to start pronouncing these things. To the other part of Tyrol. Let's make a stop at Bright Plume Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Landsguard. Okay. And that's next to another Aetherite. Convenient. Oh, see, that's what I was talking about. There's the detour point. This gets sprinted. Whee! Jump over the fences, guys. Jump off the cliff. You did it. Yay. Are you tired, Waklamat? Discuss Tulioli's elevation. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountain. As you can see, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. What do you think, Kryl? Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Lockmat gets her endless endurance. Surely it ain't no walk in the park either, Kryl. It's another nation of bridges, slopes, and stairs. Shoebill. Torgal Pop. That's a... Wait, is that... It's Mario! I saw them yesterday. Oh, not yesterday. Right before maintenance. They were in Gridania. See, Dragoon back eating. They know what's up. I'm not doing the full, like, sprint cycle, though. Hrothgal? No. Hume. Hume wearing furs. I'm still trying to find my first Hrothgal. Viera. Male Hume. I didn't check if you had eyebrows or not. Here we are, Bright Plume Post. The soldiers stationed here are responsible for defending Tulioli and preserving the peace. The Landsguard are led by our nation's strongest warriors, and so naturally, Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoral took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Okay, so in terms of military might, this is gonna be our Ranjit. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Nobody cares? Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Afno and Alice should be around to hear it too. It's time I show you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. The people don't exist while you're talking to an NPC is fantastic. Do I think my sprint will come back during this speech? I'll gamble on it. Cutscene. I think I won that gamble. Spoken, unspoken. Which is it? Massive, isn't it? I lost that gamble. On the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. And in the middle of that bridge is a strange man in a kabuki mask. We don't know why he's there, but he's been there since we built the bridge. Both were constructed by a race of giants. You're gonna need to pronounce that for me. The Yakul? I don't know. Strictly speaking, Tyrol is actually two separate continents. South Tyrol and North Tyrol, which lie beyond. North is beyond the bridge. Legend says it used to be one great landmass, but long, long ago, the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. Okay, so one of the calamities. We're gonna learn about one of the calamities in Solution 9 and how it split Tyrol in half. Gotcha. A familiar sounding tale I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But getting back to Tyrol, these lands are also part of the Tulioli nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He unites the peoples of two continents into a single nation. The many clans of Tyrol have been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. That's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. We're gonna ignore this text box for a second. The change to how materials handle reflections is incredibly noticeable on Waklamat, and I feel like it was a driving force behind the change, because how her gold ornaments looked prior to Dawntrail was flat and almost more of a bronze than a gold. Now they look like raised, embellished gold, a little bit of tarnish, but they look like gold adornments befitting of the daughter of the king, instead of just kind of dingy bronze. I feel like her outfit was a driving force behind the changes to the graphics. But I see you're more interested in what's behind the gate than hearing my aspirations. Lalafell wants to punch things. Are things punchable on the other side of this gate? Crossing the bridge to Northern Tyrol requires a special travel pass. What if I just use hide and wait for the gate to open? Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the rite of succession is over. I promise to get you one when I'm Dawn Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. Lalafell is impatient. That is the correct emote for Lalafell's impatient. Uppies! Lalafell wants uppies! Be patient. I swear that once the throne is mine, the travel permit is yours. What is that necklace I am wearing? And why is it hideous? Quick. Radiant Choker of Aiming. Ugly. Ooh, no, that's a quest turn-in. Monk. We must have covered half the city by now. Tulioli is unlike any other place I visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Mountain Chromite 445. Okay, who gets an upgrade with a 445? Or do I hold on to it, and when I unlock leave turn-ins, I see if anyone has a 445 weapon turn-in? That. I'll do that. Because I keep menuing. The 665 set is just poetics. So I can get all of these guys to 665 relatively quickly. And also, I assume you're going to get free artifact gear, a la Taru's shop in Charlian, or not Geralt in the Tempest. So using that for turn-ins for leaves is probably the best bet. We'll head west next towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles? I like dirigibles. Tulioli certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. I'm gonna just, while we walk, I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna turn the music up. Okay, by far the best city music so far. Eorzean Time. So we've heard both the day and the night theme. Yeah. Kugane had the best theme prior to this, but no. It has been fully dethroned by Tulioli. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. You've never heard of Peru, Kryl. There are several mountain cities in Peru. Because there's a lot of mountains in Peru. It was originally the site of a temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to North Tyrol to appease the gods who slumber in the great ocean trench. After the giants withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries, so when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, practically sitting in the center of Tyrol. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we're passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tulioli. We'll climb the stairs on the way up. It's the Cloud District. We don't make it here often. And we'll never come back again. Unless there are side quests. In which case, we have to do side quests. But after that, we're never coming back here again. Kryl, what do you have to say? The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what the carving at the top represents. Quetzalcoatl. It represents Quetzalcoatl. It's not anything of like deep religious meaning. There's a flying dragon that's gonna mess us up. Papa's palace is called the Voyak Shunsa? I'm trying to combine like multiple different languages pronunciations because I'm so used to stuff using French pronunciations in Heaven's Word and Japanese pronunciations in Stormblood that I'm forgetting what letter combinations have what sound in Spanish, which is what I should be doing, but I'm not. Which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we're coming back here later, so we'll move on for now. Do. Hudmuha. Generic dialogue. Proth names are great. What do you got, Kryl? So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? We have residents from all Tural clans: Mamuljal, Proth, Pelu Pelu, Moblin, and Vanu Vanu. We also have rabbits, cats, and I don't know what Shenona are. From their ancient lands in, I think that's supposed to be South Tyrol? I've forgotten which one is north and which one is south. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tyrol. Okay, so that was North Tyrol. It started raining and all the people with Auto Umbrella brought their umbrellas out. A true representation of Tulioli's diverse character, the adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. I'm glad you think so. Come, we'll continue down the stairs. Wait. Okay. I was like, that's a cat name. There's no cat here. Discuss the huge drum. Where? That. Okay. That big drum there is called the Dawn Herald. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Landsguard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think it was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? A stick. A stick of appropriate size, but a stick. Alpaca keep! Give alpaca! If it's an alpaca you need, then look no further. I have a mighty need. Before we get you saddled up, I'll need to add your name to the register. It'll make things smoother next time you need a ride. I have to find another alpaca keep. Twitch, why aren't you playing ads? Maybe you are playing it? I don't know. Dude, I don't know. And here are dirigibles. There's the ads. Okay. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons here in Tulioli. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. It was stolen technology. And Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities has never been easier. That's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of Dawn awaits. Nope, there's more about dirigibles. I'm kind of waiting out the ad break by not sprinting. I'm kind of a little upset there aren't Ixali here. Hippo calf! Hello, Mario. It's a him, Mario. Wait. Hold up. Was that a Napoleon Dynamite reference I caught out of the corner of my eye? Person, I need you to speak again. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second here. Eat up now, you need your strength. Okay. No. If it's a reference to anything, it's a year without a Santa Claus. But it's not a reference to anything. Another giant gate. And this, the Arch of the Dawn. When the Giants were still here, it was known as the South Tyrol Land Gate. But when Papa founded Tulioli, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Oh, hiccups, please go away. Through this gate is the wetlands south of the city. Okay, are they gone? Depending on what the Right of Succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. The name alone is intriguing, and I wish to God you would voice it so I could say it. Speaking of which, what are those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Kryl is correct. Tell me more about the alpacas. I don't give a shit about your Right of Succession. I want the alpacas. Focus in on them. Zoom in on the alpacas. Zoom in more on the alpacas. Ah, those are alpacas, fearsome four-legged friends. They seem quite placid to me. Kryl, you have never been hit by an alpaca. Let me tell you. They use that head like a battering ram. You'll learn soon enough, Kryl. You'll learn soon enough. Our short stature makes us immune to their best weapon. But forget the alpacas. How dare you? I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Kryl, not convinced whatever Waklamat has is more important than the alpacas. Kryl is correct. If you wish to learn the history of Tulioli, then look no further. Oh, the stone pillars. Okay. What an abrupt way to end the quest. Cryo regards the stone pillars curiously. What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, there's something much more interesting. Alpacas? Is it alpacas? Following duty is events that cannot be skipped. Next adds in 23 minutes. Okay, we're good. Inspect the stone pillars. Be a voiced cutscene. Nope. Pictures. No. Wait. These are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many featuring a two-headed Momo jaw. That must be... Yep, it follows the exploits of my father and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tulioli Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tulioli came to be. Study them as long as you'd like. Oh, okay. This is actually new. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts a scene where Papa granted an audience with the foreign explorer, Ket something. I can never remember his name. They said it like 4 times on the boat and I couldn't tell you. Keaton-Rom. Yeah, that's the one. Keaton-Rom's arrival in Tyrol is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It is said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in his later years. Keaton-Rom's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. Records say he traveled between our land and yours for a while, and it's assumed he was lost at sea. Dej. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Vanu Vanu village in the swamps. Oh, cool. So instead of living in the skies, the Vanu Vanu here live in the swamps, where they deserve to be. The people Alphno almost mistook for the Vanu Vanu, and I will continue to say it until you guys say their name in a cutscene. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. We also spent a fair bit of time with the Vanu in the clouds. Not by choice, though. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun, and we'll never talk about it again. It's probably the basis for a side story once we meet them. Lay of Pots. The Lay of Pots depicts the moblins of the swamp. They wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Tirali counterparts. This one recounts the Lay of Riposte. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Hroth like me. For decades, the Hroth and the Mamojal were at war for control of the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end that conflict have since been hailed as the first steps towards founding the nation of Tulioli. There's a clan of Hrothgar in Boja known as Hellions. In their society, women rule as queens and men serve as devout subjects. Yet here in Tural, men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second half. God damn it. Visit the second half. God damn it. I love gold. Lay of Gold. This one shows the Pelu Pelu. Their homelands is that place. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tulioli's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you are in Tulioli. Sorry, in Tural. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children. I'm a Lalafell. But beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders, just like the Lalafell. Lay of Ice. It depicts a battle with the legendary Tural Vidral Quetzalcoatl. I should explain, a Tural Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened. Okay, so it's a kami. Well, it's an auspice, which are often referred to as the kami, but they're two different things, yes. Tataru described the Far Eastern auspice in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Quetzalcoatl itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror visited upon Tural every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end temporarily. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raising Vidral and sealed it away in the mountains, where it will not stay because there's already been, like, media tour or live letter depicting the model of this character. Despite its reputation, however, Quetzalcoatl is also a symbol of power. That's why you see its likeness on Tural's national emblem and adorning the banners of the palace. This one is unmarked. Good. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter in Turali's history, whatever that might be. I have a feeling when we finish this, that'll get filled in with whoever wins the Dawn Throne. Lay of Proof. That big fellow is a giant, the largest of Tural's people. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yaktural. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northernwards, setting their sights on Shaktural. You'll recall the massive bridge they built at the Skygate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, they just gave up. They abandoned their lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains. I've never seen any of their kind so much as step foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Turali history? Solution 9. Had your fill of history? Yes. Glad to hear it. I'm glad to be done reading it. I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprisings they're seeing. I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I'm ready to eat again. Let's have ourselves a bite of local delicacy. I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. I would like a spoken cutscene so I can eat my breakfast. Please. Please walk Lamat. Just a smidgen of breakfast. If you ever had tacos, they're a Tulioli classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. That is not breakfast. There are breakfast tacos, but a lot of shops and stalls sell them. But I like how they're made here the best. And I need one right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order. Even the hide characters things did not save me from a man behind the bar.
Brokevo! My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scales are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
I had nothing to do with that.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
In the rain? Are you daft?
Oh. Oh.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh. No.
Lalafels.
I don't know these ones. New salt.
Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother.
Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us. Such an honor.
Glory on your name, brother.
And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecat, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
Lalafels.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense.
Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Listen to me, you.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
I definitely didn't kill one.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft.
And get killed by a Lalafell.
Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wuklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tulioli cuisine, but we should hurry to join Alphino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but we can head up from the residence quarter, or even the eastern side of Talonmarch if you prefer. Or, oh my poor empty belly. Ooh, I don't think I attuned to that one. I did not. And the What You Make is really not any closer. But the primary 8th rate is. baby Mumble Jaw. Hey, we speed boosted ourselves pretty far. Okay. We're gonna Chad check this Lalafell next to me. This is in fact a Chad Lalafell. They have done the island criterion to get the visual upgrade currency for that weapon. Okay, this is most likely going to be a cutscene. So I'm going to run the ad early, and I'm going to go use the restroom. YouTube, we'll be right back. Bring YouTube back in, and we activate the cutscene. We're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted Calibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Yep, okay. I had a feeling. It's not voiced, god damn it. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down the alley to investigate. 'Twas like herding a pair of unruly cats. I understand all too well. Charlene had the same effect on me. Right now. Right then. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa wants to know I'm home and the allies I have chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Please be voiced. Don't give me several cutscenes to read. Big door. Small Lalafell. Okay, I know that man. Can we interfere by shouting out Estinian?
Estinian? When did he get here?
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
Lala felt unamused.
That will do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that man there. I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tyrrell.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Don Servant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their mettle, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Fan Daniel crashing the game. Wanted one last hurrah.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Gona. The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away. And it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyollal is young, and so I look to thee always for inspiration. The rite of succession, the means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyollal I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamuja at all. So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the one head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shok Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yoktural and find the City of Gold.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof, my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyollal. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions. And we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same. But in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
I really like the city guard's armor. We've seen it on a Hume and a Hroth so far. And make a good paladin set. Which I think we've only seen it on paladins.
Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The rite of cessation begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galov.
Oh! It's the Tojo clan headquarters. Is everyone gonna bow as someone walks past?
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
This is more the restless adventurer.
So you are committed to your path? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Saralja. Take heart, tiller of the soil. The Resilion son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
He's a viper. He's got two swords.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the Landscape. Saralja, the palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion, common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Cryon, are you alright?
Well, I felt you big think.
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
This cutscene has gone for almost half an hour. I'm gonna have to snooze. But I only have one snooze. So I'm gonna have to just pause the cutscene for the ad break.
Second promise. You must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier.
We found trolley fucker.
The elders, they complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studium.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlia. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants. Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliolal. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your fealty. Well said, brother.
The Mamulja finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable. But you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
Everyone's leaving before Wachlamat leaves the palace.
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
Nobody cares about Wachlamat, they're all leaving. I'd say they're correct. Wachlamat has like 6 fans. Five of them are Aaronville.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wachlamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies. It's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care.
Did you know Wachlamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's Promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wachlamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Cutscene, I need you to end. I don't have another ad skip. This looks like cutscene ending transition. Cutscene's over. Right? Please? Okay. 3-minute ad break. Go now. YouTube, this is going to be a quick pause for you. I'm not going to make you wait for 3 minutes, but I really need to reset the pre-rolls that I keep jacking up by hitting snooze. Hey YouTube, I forgot to hit resume because I was, dancing at my desk. All you missed was we talked to Wachlamat. She apologized for her father being so rushed, and we said we should go look at the pillars and compare them to the tablets. If you want to... Starts here, goes here, goes there, goes there, goes there. Okay, cool, you're caught up. It wasn't voiced, it was all text. Oh, can I shoulder tackle strangers? No. That makes everyone. The tablets, if you would. Everyone has a tablet. Let's compare them to the respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. At 9 o'clock, I'm going to take another 3-minute ad break. As an actual, like, I have been streaming for, like, 3.5 hours, and I'm going to go for another 3 hours. So that'll be my pause. Ooh, that low res. Ugh. Maybe that should have been a pre-rendered video. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? To each of the scenes, obviously. The Dawn Servant said we are to retrace the path he walked in reuniting Tyrell's peoples, and that we should encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the saga. The events the glyphs portray. Do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlement. That seems like the closest. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season and the whole village was alive with good cheer. The Lay of Gold, that one involved at the Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Okay, so we're just... This was how Shadowbringers started. This was how Endwalker started. You go to an area, you get your ground set, and then it's go to Calusia or go to Amarang. Go to Thavnir or go to Labyrinthos. So, that's what we're doing here. Go to the Vanu or go to the Pelu. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toward the city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Yaktaral several days ago. Since our roads are not as well as paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we take a few moments to make inquiries. It's information we need. Just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. No one liked that idea. It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Oh, is this the... This is where the inn in Tyrol is? Well, I guess Tulioli. Tyrol's the continent. Okay. 90 seconds. I gotta run to the restroom. I'll be right back. YouTube, you missed some minor menuing when I went to pee. Aaronvol took us to the inn, and it was a non-thing. So I went and talked to my retainers, and then started the actual next story bit. Trust you to be keenest to head out, Adam? Yep. But where are Aaronvol and Walklamat, I wonder? Good, you're all here. We also brought a Pelu Pelu and a Hanu Hanu. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I'm honored that the third promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there are doubtless other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for you two. Link pearls. What's this? This is called a link pearl. A gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. I didn't notice how spiky Afnau's weapons were. Be very useful in our travel, speaking which I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. Again, what a weird place to end a quest. The Tulioli saga features a number of Tyrol's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city. So I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in a lei of reeds in their home village, OK Hanu, as opposed to OK Zundu. Okay. The Vanu apple doesn't fall too far from the Vanu tree. The other smaller fellow is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk. They appear in the lei of gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods. Now, as for deciding which to visit first, it's the Lalafell. We visit the Lalafell. Yep. Upon completing this quest, the main story will branch into two paths. Accepting a quest from the Hanu will temporarily prevent you from accepting the quest from the Pelu, and vice versa. Pick which one, it doesn't matter, but you're locked in once you pick one. I'm picking the Pelu because we're also small as a Lalafell. Also, there's an alpaca in the quest picture. It is the correct choice. It has alpaca. What is it you'd like to know? How's the road? Yeah, I guess I wrote this game. Our main concern is confirming the state of the road. We depart from the Arch of the Dawn and then take the road west at the first fork, should there be anything along the way. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be stumbling more than walking. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have alpaca. Come with me. We'll be back to talk to you in time, friend. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink. It's all been arranged. I am still not sold on the quest noise for this expansion. Oh, wait. Wait. Carbuncle. There you are. You are Adam Oa, are you not? The adventurer from across the water that has been lending the third promise his strength. Then well met. To tell the truth, I've been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. Well, I've only been here for about 3 hours, so you haven't been waiting that long. I have a proposition for you. You are familiar with Eorzean hunts, yes? Yes. We have something very similar here in Tulioli, and having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, it's a lot of violence for a small package. Should very much like to recruit you to our cause. If you're interested, speak with our associate. This is the hunt master and a minister to bills in the square looking to the port. Why can I cast Summon Bahamut? Okay. I was like, I shouldn't be able to hit that button. I went the wrong direction. It's a tiny tapir. What do we have here? Your posture could use some work, but you've got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. You here to sign up? These eyes have definitely seen some things. This Lalafel's been to the end of the universe. The Wing of Protection recommended. You do. Well, we're always on the lookout for new hunters. If you're good enough for Walklamat, you're good enough for us. It's Walklamat. I don't know why I keep calling it Walk. Do I need to explain it? The idea came from your side of the sea. Either way, I'll keep it brief. Our hunts work much the same way yours and Eorzea do. We put up a bounty. You prove yourself. You get nuts. While your reputation may precede you, rules are rules. The rule is I have to test every hopeful on beginner bills. Can't have every youngling that has nothing to his name, but a plowshare and a dream of glory skipping merrily way to his doom. Prove yourself in Tyrol and I'll give you something big. Cool. Dawn hunts now accessible. $94. Okay. The cat, which I can just buy outright. It's the Howdy Chocobo set. And the big one is currently hidden. Okay. Pick up the hunt marks. If we run across them, we run across them. Dancer, just to get rid of that error message. Fish. Levmate. Excuse me, sir, but you heard tradesman by chance? Fisher. You've got the hands of someone with a long storied career. Hands that I would beg you lend to the good people of Tyrol. Here we accept petitions for aid on behalf of the Wing of Reflection. Be they from common citizenry or fellow artisans, we use any and all tools of our trade at our disposal to ensure the needs of Tyrol are met. Since its founding, myriad tribes have gathered here upon Tulioli, commerce flourishing as the years passed. However, as one might expect from such a diverse people, business practices also varied greatly from tribe to tribe. While there are difficulties in trade we have yet to overcome, fishing is the MSQ. What are you on about? A great many troubles were resolved when the Dawn Servant established the Winglev system. We serve as an intermediary between those who require aid and tradespeople with required skills needed to fulfill those petitions in the form of leaves. You familiar with leaves? Hailing from across the salt, I would assume so. The head of reason adopted the system employed in Eorzea. Leaf plates used to depict the Dawn Servant's journey, building this nation, and the lessons learned from his companions along the way. A reminder that only together can we make Tulioli thrive. Of course, this sentiment of solidarity also extends to allies from abroad, much like yourself, which is to say, we would be honored to have your assistance. You don't lack for brevity, bird. Okay, so I have a weapons coffer and I have a chest coffer. Chromite Twin Fangs. That looks like Sage Weapon right there. I'll double check, but that should be a Sage Weapon. Amulet of Fending. Probably because the shadowing under the text. Common snow jacket. Okay, so. Lar Pendulums is the 645 Sage, and that does give me 645. Okay. On board for Larboard. They are talking about Larboard. And none of this looks to be armor. Lumber, earrings, twin fangs, a hatchet, ingot, tower shield, ingot, leather, amulet of fending, cloth, snow cotton jacket. Yeah. Disciple of the Hand, 610. So yeah, no. Is that a slight increase for my monk? Oh yeah, that's actually a pretty substantial increase for my monk. Sage, one day you'll get a glam. Today is not that day, but one day you'll get a glam. Sightseeing log. I'm not entirely sure where this person is. A fellow Eorzean, am I right? Do your friends yourself much of a sightseer? I had the Apocalypse minion. Dear old Milith gave you her journal. What a small world, just so happens that I'm her cousin. Well, if you've met my cousin, Milith, I'm sure you can guess why I crossed the salt, as they say. This continent is positively brimming with sights unseen by Eorzean eyes, and I'm here to discover them all. My twin sister and I, that is, you see. I am more interested in the south, and she is more interested in the vistas of the north. So it is we parted ways at the bridge, each of us touring half of Tyrol. So I'll give you, oh, there's two sightseeing logs, one for the south and one for the north. My notes of the south, I included what my sister shared with me of the north, but I'm afraid it isn't much. My twin sister's name is, she is wandering about over there. Given your natural affinity for iron hearts, you'll doubtless run into her. Well, I'm sure you've got places to be and vistas to behold. May your journey throughout Tyrol be bright and unforgettable. Yep. Gotta be over 90. Okay, I'm gonna look down these cliffs real quick, because I just smell jump off cliff onto rooftop for sightseeing log. Real quick, can we climb to the top of the palace? If we can, I can't see it. You had a voicemail, but you didn't have a voicemail. No voicemail. Yes, voicemail. Maybe voicemail. I'm not gonna do all the side quests now. Switch back to Monk. Do. Ooh, I didn't think about using Sage Dash. I've not done any combat with Monk. Yeah, I got my Manderville for Monk was my first one, and I got my Manderville Warrior when we logged back in. It's just Monk doesn't have any armor. It's still using augmented radiant gear. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca. Kryle's correct. Wooklamat's wrong. These animals can traverse steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. Well, the reason I'm not using Summoner is because my Summoner is 658, and I wanted to be closer to on par. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home, but aren't as cute. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? No. Alpacas are native to South Tyrol. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast and place ill suits? But must we ride these little monsters? You disrespect the alpacas one more time, I'm coming for your shins. I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me. So, quick fun fact about alpacas. They are not spitting on you. It is bile. They are throwing up on you. It is projectile vomit. When you are inoculating alpacas, one person hugs them, death grip around the neck, so they can't use their head as a club. And also to keep the more dangerous business end of the alpaca away from the hugger and the inoculator. It's a two-person job to inoculate alpacas. I see. But what do they like to ride? Giraffe hit people with their heads. Yes, giraffes also use their head as a club. Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. Yes, you cannot dissuade me from riding the alpaca. Was my information useful to you? Go away. Very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. I'll take my payment now. I guess I should have expected as much from a merchant. Let's see what I have on me. The Pelu Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade. As you should know, they take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. A fair price for your fair advice. I've made trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. Shall be on my way now. Safe travels. Off you go. Look at the ear wiggle. I better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas, then so be it. Can't wait to see Lalafell-sized alpaca. Oh, boo, they're all the same size for the cutscene.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
That's a tall mountain.
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
Urkopacha.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh, do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Oh, truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
Also a local restaurant. You need to make time to go there.
Specialty, a spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
False.
Watranpelo is down the path, off the main road. Don't get lost.
It's right there.
We can literally see the 8th right. I understand Wuk Lamat's an idiot, but like, she can roll down the hill and she'll be fine. Oh no. Guys. Oh no. They are peaceful, you monster. So what I have learned is I need to do that. I am not going to talk to Erenvol. 140 yalms to the south. Okay, so I'm not worried about this at the moment. Gonna tune to the Aetheryte. We've been going for 3.5 hours, and I intend to keep going, but I need to pause. Anyone who's been watching for an extended period of time, either my stream or other Final Fantasy XIV streams, should also take a moment to pause. Get up, stretch, drink some water, eat a snack. I'm gonna play 3 minutes of ads, and I have a text message to respond to. So, quick pause. We'll be right back. YouTube, that means you as well. YouTube, we're back. Ooh, small paladin. What do we got here? Get out of the way, Alice. This is the home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklimat should have arrived before us. And she did. She's over there. That, not good. You've come all this way for the right of succession, so that means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn Servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided. But maybe. How fortunate then. I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And our nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady, I like the sound of that. I suppose a quick look couldn't hurt. There's some ears in the background. What did we just talk about? Erenville, when did you... Ah. The Shintona. From the north. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I can't imagine how you survive them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No thank you, I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, neither is the third promise, perhaps another time. My shop is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wuklimat fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let's all take Erenville's words of caution to heart. No one is considering Estinian right now. Just chat. Afnau, what about your husband? Are you not concerned about his pocketbook? That was a hell of a load. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. Kryl, Alice, and I will speak with the merchants. Wilclemat, you, and Aaronville might try approaching travelers and passers-by. Player character, go do something that doesn't involve speaking. Adam, pray investigate any of the other establishments that might catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, relay it to the third promise. I don't know if you saw it, but Estinian is already in the MSQ. He's shown up and left. This small's making alcohol. The Dawn Servant's Elector. Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? I don't care who sits on the throne as long as they keep Tyrell peaceful. People tend not to be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. I am small, I cannot drink. You are asking about that Elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could tell you more about it. This man trying to give you tequila. Tequila is awful. I don't mean to tell you you're wrong. However, you're wrong. If you ever need an alpaca, sir, I need an alpaca. I have a mighty need for an alpaca. Bicolor gems only. Alpaca fillet. Sag. Elector, oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking to put a new ruler in the throne. Personally, I'm rooting for Zoral Jal. If the first promise wins, he looks to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resource and more customers in the thousands columns, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have come around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well. You said you want to know about the Elector. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoral Jal or his policies. Man's got principles. Man's got alpacas. Do you have a question for me? Yes, can I pet the alpaca? Oh, something about an Elector. I don't know about any Electors. Should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Yes. Be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you. It happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. But alpaca. Oh, wait. I got my chocobo. Let's move. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. We are so slow without a riding map. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and then there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobley is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where he is to be found. It's also the head rancher. While the alpaca ranch is not far from here, let's pay it a visit. We're just slowly traipsing along because we don't have movement speed up. Alpaca. It's a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not that I'm scared, of course, of some fuzzy alpaca. Warrior of light doubts. Hello, friend in pink. You're different. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? He likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. All I can say is that Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though who among us could? Am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. All I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. There might be one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobley. Let's ask some questions and narrow it down first. Obviously, I'm not Tobley. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out yourself who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. I appreciate that person. Visitor from across the Soul, if I'm not mistaken. Beware the alpacas spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. Alpaca. You think I might be Tobley? Well, maybe I am. None have reared more alpaca than I. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? Snide little bastard. I gleaned nothing from that, by the way. I think we're both done with our interrogations. It's definitely not you. I'm going diligent ranch hand. I'm gonna be wrong. An offer I gladly accept. Oh, hey, I was right. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobley, head ledger and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also the chosen elector. Okay. In a place featured in the Tulian saga, just as we thought. It's right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. She found you out fair and square. It would be a pity if her bid ended here. Well, we narrowed it down to a 50-50 shot because one person couldn't keep their mouth shut.
Deducing the Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all.
So literally nothing's gonna happen until we're after this quest chain and the next quest chain. This is just all world building.
Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobli, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobli. That's part of the test.
You're Tobli.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Single-minded little bastards.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
Please be an alpaca that spits on Wooklamat. Please. Look at the ears. It's so friendly and fuzzy. Look at the ears. The texture's very mighty.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me! Oh, that stinks. I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed.
That's why I'm wearing a mask.
Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Am I gonna have to play as Wooklamat for a duty? Thank God she's a warrior.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas.
Keep up that slander, I'm coming for your shins.
But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Wooklamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
It's the alpaca. The true elector is the alpaca. I had to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. But would you mind taking a sniff just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. Gloves. As Wooklamat had helped demonstrate, the Valley Alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I had enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect to wrangle a wild one? Shrug. With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful, give me one of those. Perhaps you've forgotten we are merchants? If you want a saddle, you'll need to find a saddler and make an offer. $10,000 gil. I've made more than that this morning alone. $10,000 pel. I don't have that kind of coin. I do. Converting to gil, that comes to around 1 million or so. Maybe if we all pitch in. I got it. This is my feat. You guys don't need to pay. I'll find the money somehow. In that case, here's a list of chores. That basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 100 pel. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable for bargaining for a saddle. It's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1,000,000? It's 10,000 times more. Well, you added an extra 0, and that's why he's confused. You need 10,000 pel, not 1,000,000. You get 100 times more. I got confused with that. Now it's million gil. Correct, and you're stupid. Not sure about this trading idea. You were almost talking to buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. I hate it when you're right. Then let me help you with deal making. Hello again. Moblu. I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes. I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat like you asked. As long as Wuklemat alone captures the alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Let's see about getting you that saddle then. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps it is easier to haggle over prices without many voices chiming in. Be ranch hands. But I want to play with the alpacas. Why do you guys keep sending me away from the alpacas? You've seen markets and bazaars the world over. Surely you have some sage advice. I want to pet the alpacas. Should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, we'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with them anyway. Better to keep my hands free. Please make me do the carrying animation. I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli the saddler. He won't accept such a deal, of course, but it gives an idea how much he accepts for his wares. See that person petting the alpaca in the background? Why can't I be them? I just want to pet the alpaca. Okay, we pet the alpaca. Moving on. Rar. T-Rex. Rar. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. You're willing to pay for it. With this basket of fine alpaca wool. No. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Make a better offer. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my work. Hey, Sean. Bring me a jug of quality mezcal and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us. Mezcal can... We've cut the price in half. We've gone from 10,000 to 5,000. Why have you doubled the price? Because I support the first promise. His cavalry will need saddles. Saddles mean business. It's nothing personal, but I won't sell my craft for anything less than my asking price. This is your fault. They won't say it, but I will. Can't say I blame him. I know he's championing... I know I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Hey, I caught the fly. Those of our grandparents' generations remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wukalamat. The younger ones, though, to them strife and bloodshed are child's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors that take peace we now have for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovation like dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promise's plan for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. What about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it's like having the giants rule our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant to keep our nation from going back to that way. Guess I better make sure I win. The type of mezcal the saddle maker wants is very expensive. We were expecting the same price from the beginning. Nothing's changed. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with peace on the line. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. Let's try exchanging the wool for anything with a touch more value. Someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade it at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid, for example. The Weaver. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. Well, I now have my vision and wool. Let's head back to the road and see if we can find him. That person's out riding in their tractor. This is a spot after Bulunuk talked to us, he wandered off to the south. He's probably going to the inn. Most visitors end up staying there. Let's go and check. It's gotten even further away. Well, we're going to the southwest, so. So the main thing to remember when running through the MSQ is that every objective, tap your compass. We ran past it. Or we almost got to it. It should be right over here. Yeah, it's right there. And the next one is 200 yalms to the south. So pretty far away. Can I have the basket, please? Here you go. Have some alpaca wool. Now let's see if we can turn a profit. Glad I found you. Are you interested in making a trade? You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? Is she gonna lay it all out that we need 10,000 pel to buy some mezcal? Turn the basket into a jug of premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tyrol is what allows me to freely cross these lands. Naturally, I would prefer one pledged to preserve that peace when the throne. This wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Okay, 500 pel. I have every faith in you, third promise. May fortune bless your dealings. I don't remember how much the basket started at. Okay. We started at 100 pel, and now we're at 500 pel. Only because I remembered the Weaver. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. I have this conversation at work all the time, that the people are the business, the store just brings customers to the people. The people being the employees. I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. You take the poncho. If I lost it, Aramol would never let me hear the end of it. What is the next deal that is waiting to be found? I don't like the fact that that thing exists. That means there can be less than an excellent trade. Traded a 100 pel basket for a 500 pel poncho. That means I can go backwards. I don't like the fact that that graphic exists. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. But how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one. They have a fashionable sense of style. That one. I don't think fashion is part of the appeal. It is to me, Wacklamat. My ceiling makes the most annoying buzzing noises unless I slam the door closed or make it slightly open, depending on the mood. So only those with a practical need would be interested. We look for a person without a poncho, and they'll buy our poncho. So we're gonna search for prospective buyers. There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. A lot of Mamuja hardly wear anything to begin with. They're probably Landsguard or sellswords. Mamuja soldiers who prefer living hampers their movement. Mamuja carrying arms can be struck off the list. That one. He does not have weapons and no poncho. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. It's no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Toyoli, and was dressed quite smartly. All the better to show the Pelu I'm a man who takes pride in his appearance and therefore his work as well. Well, sir, today is your lucky day. I have here in my possession a fine poncho that just happens to fit you. This would be a perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? Lalafell likes a hatchet. We've doubled our money again! A fine garment should put me in even better footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the euphonious owner of Miplup's mate garden. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. I'm glad to have met you. I also know who I'm going to speak with next. We've already found our next buyer. Waklamat, not as stupid as you'd think. To the garden we go. It's a distance on foot. We should take alpaca. Say one more bad thing about the alpacas, Waklamat. These are the calm ones, right? I don't know. Success! Oh. Oh, I somehow worked my way up from 7 million gil to 8 million gil. I was kind of joking when I said I've made 1 million gil so far today. We are going to run a 90-second ad because my pre-roll timer is getting kind of low. And my next ad starts well after that. So I'm going to run a 90-second ad to fix my pre-roll timer. And I'm going to take a quick pause and I'll be right back. YouTube, pause in time. I said YouTube, pause in time. Well, shit. Yeah, so I don't know why my Stream Deck isn't working anymore. Stream Deck? You were working all morning and then you just suddenly stopped. Huh. Even the program doesn't want to work. Like, I try to launch the program itself. Weird. Okay, I think after 4.5 hours of recording, my computer's really fucking mad. So Nope, that's fine. Yeah, I now have a warning light on my Stream Deck. Okay, cool. Stream Deck's just broken. We're gonna do everything inside OBS now. Well done recognizing that Toolmaker is a potential customer. If you have a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. You don't say. You don't say, game. An excellent merchant. Before we get moving, you should hold on to this. With that, I suppose we should hop onto the alpacas Moblu has so kindly provided. Begin to ride the alpaca? Yes. It's so little. It's off to the mate fields we go. Please don't spit, please don't spit, please don't spit, please don't spit, please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. You have a knack for riding no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pelu would... Oh, God. Would never become traveling merchants. Can you imagine life without them? I swear that mountain is too tall to be real. A forbidden sight, isn't it? One I have never appreciated up close. To always take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to the mountains, to the giants. So Moblu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? I love working with alpacas. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. I'm not sure I have the talent for it. If I can't help you buy the taming saddle, though, that'll be proof that I can. In this case, you'd best get ready to be a merchant. We're almost there. Look how fluffy the alpacas are. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to the inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them. Everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading for your saddle if you're prepared for the feat of gold. It's harvesting season. They can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that walking its way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. Let's get to bargaining. You have the axe for me? Yep. Let's see what we can get for it. You're Miplu, owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. With third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have to offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable. I suppose that only leaves you a large sack of mate in exchange. This deal would bring us no closer to the mezcal. It's harvesting season. Does that not demand higher value for the axe? It is indeed season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We missed the window for demand, in which case we'll fall back on connections. A generous deal here would put you in the third promise's good graces. I got some bad news, friend. Even in Eorzea, that we're still using hand tools. I assure you, I have nothing but respect for Wooklamat. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. So it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. If we were to help bring in your harvest, would that give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, it would. Until Kona's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the field. We'll add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. You can rest if you'd like, Mablu. I'm gonna enlist the Lalafell's help. Off to the fields, then. Take 5 good bundles from each of you. Child labor. Okay, but how do I get up there? I see it. But how do I... Okay, I see it. Be calm. $300 yalms to the east. Okay, so there's no more around here. Bunch of verdant leaves. Bunch of leaves. Got stuck on a bag. What have we got? Here's some leaves. Acceptable harvest. I'll see how your companions fare before I make any decisions. That person had an alligator. We've brought our share as well. More than enough to hold up. Added labor. Highest grade leaves. Here's your axe. I'll give it a good home. All the best to the rest of your harvest. Goodbye. Sayonara. See you later. Don't talk to me or my alpaca ever again. Moblu, what's wrong? As I was saying before, even after everything Tobly's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobly to accept my decision then? Have you mentioned it? I wanted to prove I could succeed before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Terrell's peace, and becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing. I wouldn't be surprised if Tobly held the same opinion. You should talk to him. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. We have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. Try and trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel. I say we go straight for the mezcal. We, the writers, got tired of this fetch quest. So we're done now. Bargain our way into doubling the value. I think we can do it. I will make this trade work. You're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona or Zoral Jah? I am Wuklamat, the Dawn's promise after all. Success! What do you want, Wuklamat? Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't want to risk proving Arenval's point. Our next step is the distillery. Now, I could teleport back. But it looks like I should run past an Aether Current. Also, I need to kill some number of these things. Some number is 1. $150 yalms due north. I'm gonna wager it's on the top of the cliff, not the bottom of the cliff. Sure is on top of the cliff. I hate when I'm right. Okay, so I'm thinking 12 o'clock. I pause for lunch. Gonna take an hour lunch. That'll give me time to eat and also time to prep dinner. Oh, let's due south. Tonight's dinner, party meatballs. And then sometime this weekend is going to be curry and peppers. Because we have 2 bell peppers to use in like a week. I'm glad the generic bear enemy has returned. I don't think I've seen generic bear since Heavensward. That sounds like second visit. It's where that's located. So I'm gonna teleport to the objective. I think I've found all that I can find in this area. No? All right. Let's head to the north. We'll come back here in a second. Is that the correct way to get over here? No clue. Okay. Go away, Chupacabra. And this should hopefully be all the Aether Currents in first visit. Well, no, it feels like there may be one over by the inn. I could walk to the inn. I definitely have to walk to the inn, because that wasn't a real alpaca stop. Raleigh Hotel. $200 yalms to the south. That sounds pretty up a cliff. 180 yalms to the south. Well, I might be mistaken here. If I'm reading this map correctly, I should be able to hug this cliff face and get up there. Yeah, 260 yalms to the west, so we have made it. Nope, it is in fact up the cliff. It's like probably right there. Okay, well that's good to prove. It means we should be done. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobley. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as the master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so we're to convince him to trade for twice of what these leaves are worth. We're going to need some targeted information. We're going to blackmail this man. Talk to people here at the distillery. Perhaps Wookle and Matt could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll go to the north side and see what I can learn. Blackmail time. Blackmail time. I'm a chef from Toyoldi. I come here to buy Gobley's mezcal, the finest in Tyrol, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be in play, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during our conversation. Else I might seriously reconsider our arrangement. This man gets you shit-faced on mezcal during negotiations. Gobley might be a deft hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself in court wearing his usual rumpled attire, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. There's not much I can say about Gobley, but I can tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day he was muttered about monsters prowling the agave jaws. It's the field where they gather ingredients. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and that's driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if we can't keep making what they love. Okay, what do we got, friend? Make use of all these tidbits. Deal's as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley is working. There's a mill stop at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go ahead. I'll go find Wooklemont. Big Gooby. My apologies for the big Gooby. Sir, I bring eggs. Have you business with me, sir? Why don't we talk down below so it's not... as to not distract the alpaca from his work. Free him. Free the baby. Also, there was a lookout point on his roof. I don't know who else saw that. Now, what's this all about? Keep it brief if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. An excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have the Pell. We can offer some mate leaves in exchange. It's top grade stuff like the mezcal. I don't have any use for them. Sit down and chat over a cup of mezcal. Here comes the scam. We're gonna get drunk. Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? I'll agree to fight while I'm sober. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard from one of your regular customers. A Hubago chief is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance. Brewed with the finest leaves, of course. I noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Mamujal friend and did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with the added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. Hrumph. I expect you're aware the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. Be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into the Velak Shunsa. It'd be such a shame to miss the chance of a lifetime for want of proper garments. That it would. Are you saying that you have garments to offer? Something ideal for the court? We have no garments on. We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing: the introduction to a weaver, and his work is highly regarded in Tulioli. As a supporter of Wuk-Lamat and a keen observer in palace politics, he will doubtless be helping to guide you in the selection of outfit to fit the golden occasion. That's certainly a tempting proposal, one of which I'd like to take full advantage of, but the scales aren't quite balancing. It's murder time! Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? That's a problem we could easily solve for you. I was resigning to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in the saved expenses and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Time for some murder. You come around, give us a moment. Adam and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolanok. The field you're looking for just north. Be safe. My tongue is not good for Spanish sounds. Why couldn't it have been French? Then I could just be intolerant. because French. That should be Agave Jaws just over there. This will go faster if we split up. Come and find me when you finish clearing out your pests. I had my entire burst phase lined up. I wasn't gonna do single pull when I could full pull. I know I'm not using my blitzes. It's just something I don't feel like doing in a fight that's resolved this quickly. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves, and the deal is set. Teleport! Teleport! I am gonna go grab that lookout point on top of the distillery, though. Before I forget that it's there. Yeah, that's past my friend the alpaca. Okay. We sprint. That building is surprisingly thick. That was a Dark Souls hitbox. Free him. You're doing great, just a little bit longer than you can rest. Free him. Free the babe. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now if I could just have the stack of leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problems have been resolved, Master Gobbly. Here are the mate leaves and a written letter of introduction. Deal's done. Your jug of mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. We finally have the mezcal. Great work. We wouldn't have been in this pickle if it wasn't for you anyway, so I don't know why we're congratulating you. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise. Let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. I'm just a ranch hand for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. Success! Oh, good. Die. Night World silver piece? The hell is that doing here? Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000 pelt jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here you go, Lalafell. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's pace is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. I think I'm gonna push back lunch a hair until we finish this area, because it feels like it's wrapping up. Still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Here's your alcohol, small. 1 saddle, please. Get your tools ready, saddler. We brought you your mezcal. You had nothing. A few clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with the gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zoraljaw, I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, Third Promise. Great. If not, I would throw you off the cliff. Stay and wait if you'd like. I have all the required materials. This won't take long. Commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste the smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! Started out with only a 100 pelt basket of alpaca wool. Mablu, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we came for. We can return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Success. I get a sneaking suspicion that feat accomplished screen is gonna be used in not Island Sanctuary. Because as much as they like making one-off things, I don't think that's gonna be one of them. One-off bit things are usually reserved for Hildebrand. Not voiced, damn it. You've acquired the saddle then. Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild board friends so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Look at the ears. Look at the fear in her eyes. It smells fear. Great sunken gods, I did it. Look at the ears! He hardly seemed bothered, much less inclined to spit, as if he was completely accepting Waklamat's touch. It's because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. He got a little hat. I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, bud. You're actually kind of cute. You're only now noticing that? He has returned. And now it spits on her for being insulting. Wow! Look at that alpaca! Having done exactly what he set out to do. Hey, I found the next 50 million mount. It's that. Right there. I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives in solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. But for the small price of 50 million gil, it can be yours. How did he manage to snare a prize like that? A beast knows it's better. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours. Strength alone won't win our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tulioli all those years ago. Okay, Garlemald. I think they specifically say his inspiration was the history of Garlemald attempting to take over Eorzea. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth, they have been basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as a tragedy, but opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons in the reality of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through violence, the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawned, and the ruins it left behind. Which example? He picks the Garlean Empire. We have more than one. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. That's a false statement right there. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors as they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over with the threat of force alone. This is why the Dawn Servant did not elevate the Mamul, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would not unite only Tulioli, but the star in its entirety. Why? How? I need not explain myself to you. Well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you a much-deserved keystone. It's a little tiny gem. He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even Kona. It's like we're not even family. Okay, I smell a cutscene coming, so I'm just gonna roll this ad now because I think it's gonna be more than 15 minutes. He puts the cube into a tablet and then repeats 6 more times. YouTube, you're getting paused. YouTube, we are back. I'll ponder Zoraljaw and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I've practiced using it, so let's go catch us an alpaca. The valley is northwest of here. Come on everyone, even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Walklamat off on our hunt. If I was smart, I would take Twitch chat and put them over the chat box. I might do that during lunch break, maybe? Oh, recommendations. The hunt. Those look like they're up the hill. Yeah, the new, let me pull this up again. Character configuration, control settings, all the way down here. These are fantastic new settings. It puts a circle around them that hides all characters, and then when you interact with them, the circle gets even larger. It's a fantastic feature. Look at his flappy arms! Got little flappy arms. Huh, I think I know where the quest objective is. Follow the crowd. Somebody has the new Chocobo barding. If you capped out, not even capped out, it's 600, 800, and 300 for the 3 things you can buy from the hunt shop immediately. So if you had like 2,000 nuts, you can buy all the stuff right off the rip. Cheer. That's so much better that the button's right there. I spent mine on an augmented crystal.
Good luck there, promise.
I'll shut up now.
I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, and I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home, too. Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
You weren't kidding, Erenval.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding this city of gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
Wait. Do you hear that?
She's gonna come back with a herd of alpaca. No, just one.
They did it.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Please stop looking to Lalafell. Lalafell wears mask. Ugh. Speaking of Lalafell, how many meatballs do you want for dinner? I'm making party meatballs. I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely, and the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be good enough to satisfy the Feast of Gold. Yes. I got out chicken to make this weekend, whatever day we don't go grocery shopping and buy food, and then I'm gonna do meatballs today. Wook Lamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after she spent all night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away the fatigue like magic, though? Tea. I'll run to the ranch and grab a brewing pot. We should go slower for our tired party member. Slower, you say? No, I don't have a Chloe book. I thought I did, but I don't. Your boy's gonna die here. Yep. Choices have been made. We're back. Everyone bring the birds to the baby. I don't know quite where the edge of this is. $16 bicolor gems on a normal fate. Also, shout out to everyone in the vicinity for collapsing on that fate. If you didn't let those glorified buzzards open our crates. Correct. Yeah, if Drav or Chi is up, try and have the Fate bonus up and just go for double bicolor gems. Drav, Chi, Formidable, whatever the other one is. Over 100 bicolor gems from one Fate. Yeah, the one in the Tempest. The head, the tail, and the whole damn thing. That tea really is magical. I feel better already. Even the alpaca gets tea. See? Alpaca has tea. See, you've become more comfortable with our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. The alpaca has tea. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? There's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend your success. Well done. We did it! Loisimo! Is that appropriating culture in the Spanish expansion? Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Jal did. Golden alpacas are born once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. They're worth about 50 million gil. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before. That being Galul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too. So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tulioli, in a time when mountain giants held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days to hear grandfather tell it. And then along came a young Gulad Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. I wonder if Galuf is in this group. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the giant in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet, the Dawn Servant showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. The Dawn Servant ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the giant subjugation. He then turned an apprising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between clans. So it was that a few words from the Dawn Servant transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the Bond Papa Forge of the Pelu Pelu spoken in way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may not know that the Dawn Servant sought a sure-footed guide for his trek into the highlands, thus he did capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures, while an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Look at his ears! Mablu's right. You are a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. He won't spit on you. You don't believe in yourself, you get spit on. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your siblings could have achieved the same result. Well, considering one of them hasn't been over here yet, we're going to run into him in the Hanu Hanu side of the story, because that's how these things go. We don't know yet. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. Gummy. Take your gummy vite, Wooklamat. Much. So this is what they look like. Yeah, they're gummy vites. Eat it, coward. Go on, set it in the tablet. That leaves 6 more. I was kind of expecting something to happen there. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I've learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It's because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wooklamat. You've given me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could. Tobly, I want to leave the ranch to become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards' lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling which you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. I will not make an exceptional reader. I am struggling after 5 hours. I was also struggling after 30 minutes, but that's neither here nor there. Thank you, Tobly. What did I tell you, Mablu? So one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the giants. They once ruled over far more than the mountain and the Pelu Pelu 1,000 years ago. They were the overlords of Yogg-Toghrul and all of its people. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for the City of Gold. They scoured every corner of the continent but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they couldn't find anything, what could the giants have to tell us? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value into delving into how the legend originated. Good God, it is definitely time for lunch. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Carl, I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. And since we finished with the feet, where did you get that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces like that first became fashionable in Yogg-Toroil around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become very common to wear one for safe travels. 20 years ago, right about the time my father made his journey, yet the Dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there's more significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I'd appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Let's head back to Tulioli and get ready to search for the next elector. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent in that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoraljaw's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Waklamat, everyone she meets will come to love her too. That's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. Okay. We're going to make it back to Tulioli, and that is where we will pause for lunch. Because the next quest is to start this over again with the Hanu Hanu. It feels good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zoraljal and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and God knows you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move. Back to Tulioli, to the bar. How close is the nearest Retainer's Bell? We made a lot of money. Can you believe it? No one is currently buying select fisher's bait. What is the actual going price for this right now? I've not been priced off the screen. Come on, green dye. 1,975. I'll take that. That's a pretty good number. can be decent. Can be decent. Oh, I can turn all this stuff in. Oh, it's so nice. Hey, T can finally play the game. T has been freed from jail. Where's Monk? I've lost it. I've misplaced my Monk. Okay. We found our Electra, won a Keystone. I knew I was ready to trust your instincts. Let's keep moving. Chances are good we'll find an Electra there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what our friend has to say. Okay, YouTube, this is where part 1 ends. We have made it through to Tural. We have done the first side of the level 90 story. It's now time to do the second side of the level 90 story for part 2. And then once we finish with the Hanu, it should be pretty briskly into the dungeon. This is usually how it goes. Yeah, moral of the story. Listen to Yoshi P. The P stands for, please read the messages that we put out. So YouTube, I'm going to try and get these uploaded on a speedy, quick turnaround time now that I'm using 3 computers to do all of this. I'm going to edit. I'm going to start the edit for this while I am paused for lunch. So, YouTube, I will see you whenever you make it to part 2, which could be right now. Twitch, I'll see you in like an hour. I'm gonna go get some lunch.